All right. Happy Friday, everybody. There we go. One more mic check. And as always, if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube, appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a good end of the week or whatever the day of the week it might be for you. All right, so let's get into client, get warmed up, and finish waking up, to be honest, and then get to work. Hey, Mama Cat Lady! Wonderful to see you! So we are just getting into things. Probably going to play this song, maybe one more after that, just to do a timing check. Then at that point, we'll be ready to do trickier stuff, so we'll be doing Garden at that point. Wonderful to have you here, though, and happy Friday! too bad. Also, Mama Cat Lady. So you'll be happy to know this morning I found Lexi was exploring a different part of the upstairs. And she did get a little spooked when I was first saying good morning to her, but yeah, she's already, you know, back in her normal spot and doing pretty well, so yeah, small steps. Yeah, given that she's only been in the house for less than a week, I'm really proud of her. She's very brave. Right. Normally wouldn't jump into the garden this quickly, but I know Mama Cat Lady's only here for a little bit. Yeah, always happy to play this, and again, appreciate you stopping by. I do see we have a few other folks starting to tune in. We did just go live, so whether you're going to be saying hi in chat or just lurking and vibing, thank you so much for making me a part of your day, folks. Hope everyone's having a good Friday or a good end of the week. And for anybody that might be new to the stream, first off, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. Also, song requests are open. Just hit the hexagon in your chat to get started on those, and don't let not being familiar with the game stop you from requesting something. Again, wonderful to have you all here. Such a good song. So glad that we have that nostalgia as well. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty good news for Lexi. And hey, Fippy! Wonderful to see you as well. Hope you're having a good Friday. So offset is pretty much where we needed to be. Now we just need to get accuracy dialed in a little bit more. But, you know, still getting warmed up. Again, Mama Cat Lady, appreciate you tuning in. Hope you have a good rest of your work day. I know you're going to be heading out soon. Meanwhile, Fippy, 2 more hours of work. Sauna. Not a bad schedule. And honestly, don't remember the last time I was at a sauna. Yeah, honestly can't recall. Knowing the way my backspin recently, I could probably use it too. Maycrax! Wonderful to see you as well! Hope you're having a good end of the week. Appreciate you being here. Nice. I know I had a mash pour on 2 key because that's been sometimes misfiring. But yeah, that and 4 goods. Excellent. Yeah, plus it's always good to see Daisuke as well, Fippy. I know, Corkin TV has recently been getting more into 2DX. They recently got a 120Hz monitor, and they hadn't played. They were familiar with Dazzling, but they hadn't played So Fabulous yet. And yeah, watching that immediately flustered because Daisuke is just too damn powerful. It's good stuff. Yeah, not gonna let you in Good's been kind of in my, like, peripheral memory as well, but that's mainly thanks to months and months and months of Jamich hyping it up, and then, surprise, it's in Infinitas thanks to, a Rootage song pack. Yeah, it's a really good Toriana song. And hey, Andre! Wonderful to see you! Hope you're having a good Friday. As you see, we've got more folks starting to join in. And again, welcome everybody. Whether you're going to be saying hi in chat or just lurking and vibing. And same goes if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube. Appreciate you all making me a part of your day. Hope it's going well, everybody. Yeah, speaking of choreo, I've actually wanted to learn the routine for point and call, but that's just because there's the ambitious project of green screening myself into being the girl on the right, because, you know, she's kind of life goals. Looking at the reveal price in Australia. Yeah, exactly! It was, I think I first saw the price like a week ago, and, like, yeah. Like, before that price came out, I was saying, on the one hand, it's good that that controller is a thing, because that's going to get people talking about the game, so that's good, period. But yeah, depending on the price point, I'm not sure if I was going to be able to recommend it. And yeah, for $350, when the Nectar 49 that I use is a full functioning 49 key MIDI keyboard for $100 US. Yeah, I'm not sure I can really recommend that controller, but I mean, we'll see. Unless like there's some other major features or compatibility, yeah, I can't really recommend it. But I mean, silver lining, it's got people talking about nostalgia, so I'll take that. Yeah, for 3 songs in, yeah, I'll take tripling a 7. Just in terms of like being like literally awake. Whew. Much obliged for the request, Fippy. Yeah, that song is a bop. The only difference in the Nectar... Yeah, so it's got the lit key support, which I imagine is a decent chunk of the cost. I wasn't aware that it's using micro switches, though. So I know... I think it was Trooper Oda that was recently got a foldable MIDI keyboard that uses micro switches. And it looked like their experience with it was okay. Let me see. I've got that video somewhat nearby. 1 second. Again, Fippy, much obliged for the request. Discord. I know that link was sent to me recently. Why am I not finding it? Here we are. So yeah, in terms of using micro switches, like it's not something that I'm really all that familiar with. But yeah, Trooper Oda, they recently got a super cheap folds in half MIDI keyboard that also uses switches as opposed to springs, which is what the Nectar is on, and it looks like it plays fine. So, but yeah, for $350, I'm not really sure I can recommend that when the Nectar, which is the the other link in chat is only like 100 US. So just catching up on chat. Thank you for playing. Yeah, thank you for requesting. Thank you for the triple hype. Eulandry, dedicated app? I hadn't heard about that. I've seen huh. Yeah, I mean, again, if there's other features, then like that might be worth the price point. And again, for like real enthusiasts that are looking to like emulate the nostalgia experience as much as possible, both visually and mechanically, then sure. But for folks like me that just want to play the Conaste version of the game, I'm not sure I can immediately recommend it. Maybe as like a secondary, but yeah. All right, let's slap some more keys. I'll take PB +0, especially on a chart that's a frequent flyer for me in terms of like warming up and accuracy. Fantastic! Pippi, still need to get my PS2 Arduino adapter. Yeah, I've heard that, talking about like maintenance, like I actually do need to replace the springs and switches on this just because it's been a couple years. So instead of being 100 over 100, I'm probably closer to like 70 over 70 at this point. But yeah, otherwise, I've been pretty lucky for maintenance and parts. Eulandry, related news, plus 2 sorts. Ooh. Yeah, in regards to playing Poppin', like I've started streaming Lively again, and like for me, like yeah, I play on my RED, so yeah, I'm not using a typical controller, but I just see Pippi saying playing Poppin' normally, and yeah, Poppin's one of the few games that when you're first getting into it, doesn't matter how, whether you're on like a PC keyboard or you know, a home controller, what have you, but it's one of the few music games that I really do feel that at some point you need to play on a real controller or on a machine, just because the way you can bounce off the buttons and the overall kinetic feedback you get, I feel it really is integral to that game. And there's not many music games where I think the controller is an absolute, like, part of the experience. Ooh. Ooh, couple other requests coming in. Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, Cracks. Also, Devil Dude, Uka, wonderful to see you both. Hope you're having a good Friday. Probably lasts forever because they are 100s. Yeah, that too. Plus, it's not like I'm in an actual arcade per se. So in terms of like the literal, like, you know, day-to-day usage, like it's not as extreme either. Yeah, wonderful to see you both. And Jelly, if I remember correctly, that's T-Pause, right? I'll find out in a split second, just getting caught up on chat. Also, half past the hour, so we've got about 30 minutes before the hour, 30 minutes before we take our first stretch break, but plenty of time between now and then. Let's slap some more keys. Right. Yeah, I've got a really high triple on the normal for some reason. I remember that was a sight read that went super well. We should be awake enough to start putting some pep in our step, though. Should being the key word. Cracks, much obliged for the request. My PS2 shield for Arduino. Oof. Poppin' is real. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, with Poppin', like being able to quite literally bounce off the keys into your next motion is like a huge part of it. Oh gosh, what's his name? Oh, it's a 2-syllable name. Like, it's not Taka. I want to say it's Taku. Something similar. Anyways, like one of the best Poppin' players on the planet. I believe they've won KAC multiple times. But their play style, like it almost looks like they're kind of doing like not quite like rave dancing, but they're just super fluid. Tatsu, that's it. Thank you, Yoladre. But yeah, like if you look at any of Tatsu's videos, like, it almost looks like he's doing, like, a mini freestyle dance, but it's actually all mechanical in how he maintains his accuracy. Like, again, the literal kinetic process of playing Poppin' is, I think, such a joyful part of that game. Like, yeah, you can play it on other controllers. I mean, again, I play it on 14 keys. But yeah, I do think that if it's a game that you're going to, like, get into, like, making sure to play it on machine or on a realistic controller, I think is a must at some point, just because knowing what that's like, and then in turn why some charts are the way they are, like, it's just such an experience. was hoping to hang on to the double, but yeah, all in all, that's fine. Yeah, such a good song. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure last time I played that, so much obliged for that request, Cracks. Yeah, I know that for me, the T-Paz tends to be a little, like, too hectic for my liking, but, like, the music's not bad. Like, T-Paz's stuff is still, like, easily, like, A- or B+ range at the lowest for me. I just, like, I'd say Lapiz's back-to-back-to-back drum breaks are about as hectic as I usually like my music. But it's good stuff. You know, on that note, I'm also trying to remember when I last played, Otome Hurricane. Or Otanami, rather. You know what? Since it's been a while, I'm gonna toss that in the queue. Just quickly making sure I'm caught up on chat. IIDX Infinitas is really right on keyboard. Oh, I mean, you can. Like, some of the best BMS players in the world are on traditional keyboard. I agree that for some songs and some charts, like, actual turntable, like, does make a difference. And, you know, for doubles or 14 key, it is a huge deal, especially for doing, like, toggling. But, I'd say, like, out of all of the music games that I'm aware of anyways, like, I think Poppin' is the only one that is, like, again, that I can say, you need to try it on controller at some point. Whereas, if someone said to me, oh yeah, I love BMS, and they've only been able to play on a regular keyboard, I wouldn't think it would be that big of a deal, per se. And hey, Mix, wonderful to see you! Hope you're doing well this Friday. Yeah, assuming nothing goes awry, hopefully we'll be hanging out in the meat space later today. Alright, so, up next... Ooh, Ylandri's asking for Cherry Blossoms. I know towards the end of the Nostalgia stream that we were doing yesterday, we actually did a mini block of all of the Memorial songs, because, as Okapi was saying, underappreciated, which I agree with, and also, all of them are just really solid. I know, so I know that Mix just recently tuned in, saying hi in chat, but I think we have even more folks. Very hectic start for the first hour of the stream today in terms of folks tuning in and hanging out. Again, thank you all so much. Really do appreciate it. And since we did relatively recently go live, again, whether you're in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you're with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you for being here, making me a part of your day. If you are new to the stream, first off, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. That didn't feel like PB pace at all. Like, I honestly feel like I am barely awake. We will take that. Whew, Yellow, very much obliged for that request, helping to make that happen. I don't know if they're just playing guitar. They're honestly as well. All of them, to be honest, are amazing. Yeah, like, I know I'm repeating myself here, but, like, those anniversary songs could have easily been phoned in. And, like, you know, just not a whole lot of effort, but, like, they're all super polished and have a ton of, like, honest heart and soul. Like, love all four of them. And hey, Itinerant! Wonderful to see you as well! Cracks, strike quality. I understand why they're kind of slept on. Yeah, I wish they weren't. Like, honestly, all four of them? Like, they're really great. Streaming traffic is never going to be a possibility. To be honest, I probably won't, only because for Gitadora, I'm more interested in the Drummania side of things, and only so many hours in the day, plus, you know, $15 a month. Like, for the Konaste games, I really only want to be subscribing to the ones that I'm actively playing. Like, it's highly questionable if I should still have my Lively subscription, to be honest, but at the time, I wanted to show support for the clients and encourage Konami to release more, and no regrets. But yeah, taking on yet another Konaste, I don't think that'd be a good idea. Plus, I don't have a drum controller. I used to have a Rock Band Pro controller, which would have sufficed for old school Drummania, but fortunately I got rid of it, and yeah, I don't see myself buying another one in the near future. Otherwise, absolutely. If I had the controller, then I would do DTX for sure, because I love Drummania. But money, hours, gotta make choices at some point, all that. For Guitar Freaks, so back when I was at Tokyo Game Action and I was literally playing every Bimani out there, I played Guitar Freaks a little bit. I was up to, I think, 50s. So I was playing up until about V5, V6, and at that point on Guitar Freaks, I was playing 50s, some 60s, I think. Typically, I would do session mode, and I would usually play bass, so. And, Yolanda, I know you're saying, forgive me if you've already asked. No worries. It's a great question. Alright, so, up next, someone said Sleep Satan. Well, I know that, you know, Mix said Sleep Satan, but pretty sure someone else might have as well. As we go into this absolute banger from Cinebuzz, a quarter of, roughly 15 minutes before the hour. About that before we take our first stretch break. Let's slap some more keys. Gitadora is so fun. Yes, it is. Wondering if it was the difficulty Guitar Freaks versus Drummania. Yeah, like Drummania, I played more just because I enjoyed playing drums more than I did guitar. Drummania, I was around low to mid 70s. And then Guitar Freaks, I was around mid 50s, I would say. A lot more of my focus, though, would go to, I'd say out of all the Bimani available, and then what I played, it was 2DX, DDR, Drummania, Poppin', Guitar Freaks. So that's probably the pecking order in regards to stuff I played. And then, you know, occasionally playing, you know, Para Para and Dance Maniacs because, you know, they were there. But yeah, like if time and money weren't a factor, I'd absolutely be playing more of the Bimani family. But unfortunately, it is. So I might poke offset, because I think we're awake enough. But yeah, not a huge deal, because, you know, today's relax and chilled, not get PBs and fail forward. Such a good song. Much obliged as always, Mix. Real world, gotta pick and choose our own battles. Yeah, basically, yeah, if time and money weren't a factor, I'd already have a DDR set up, and I'd absolutely have a Drum Mania set up. I adore Drum Mania. It's so much fun to play. And then DDR, I miss playing doubles and, you know, exercise, so why not? Alright, up next, Itinerant Soldier was asking for, Umu. And then I think after that, we'll, I tossed Otonami Hurricane in the queue as well, just because it's been a while since we've played T-Paz, so why not? Ooh, Survivor Max. Absolutely cracks. I'm actually a big fan of that version of Paranoia. Not sure it's my all-time fave, but it's up there. Plus, it's what was it? The 9 style. It was either 9 style. Yeah, it was 9 style extra stage. Or was it 10 style? Is it 9 or 10? And we'll find out in a moment. First, some more T-Paz. And again, Itinerant, much obliged for the request. Favors Respect. Yeah, Respect is up there. I'd say, for me, it's probably split between Respect and Hades. Yaladre, Advice for Doubles. G-Spar, since Lex get fused. Doubles feels like I'm doing something wrong. So, I've been playing DDR since the mid, or actually more early 2000s, the more accurate. I started the summer of 2002. I have never used bar. But a lot of that is thanks to me starting on 5th mix and immediately going to doubles as quickly as I could, and then never really getting into anything higher than old school 10s, or I'd say newer 14s and 15s. I've always said I'll start using the bar once I need to, and all of the charts that I've wanted to play, I've never needed to use it, so. Doubles base requires bar this year. Cracked it, no bar singles. Spent a lot of time practicing. So yeah, out of curiosity, like what's the what are you having trouble with, Yaladre? Is it maintaining like your orientation? Is it stamina? Like what's the thing that you're like having difficulty with specifically? Ooh, -4. Take that. Honestly, it's been a while since I played that. I forgot that was as fun as it was. Much obliged for the reminder, Itinerant. Catching the burn check. Maybe orientation. Not to be afraid. Yes! So Fippy mentioning don't be afraid to twist your body. Most double charts flow well, especially after Ace. Yeah, I stopped seriously playing just after Supernova 2. And yeah, so for orientation, like, don't be afraid to be angling yourself. Like, right now I'm, like, standing perfectly horizontal. But if I'm turned a little bit, so as if I have my feet on down and right, like, angling yourself at, like, 45 degrees, don't be afraid to be angling your upper body for visibility, while at the same time for being better oriented on the pads. And Cracks stealing the words out of my mouth. Cracks is mentioning with the orientation part of it. Oops. Suggests just getting comfy with moves before putting coins in. It's exactly what I'd recommend for starting doubles on 2DX. If you take a look at hand cam, like, I recommend folks be in home position, so outer fingers on outer keys, move to the corner of turntable, and then move back. And you can do it literally that slow. You could be staring at your hand, but just having some time where your body can get used to, oh, this is what this distance feels like. This is physically what it's going to be like. Same thing for doubles in DDR. You don't even have to be playing a song, and if anything, I discourage it. Start on left side, with left and right foot on left and down, and then just do crossovers. Left, down, right, going all the way across the pad, and then do the same thing going back. Take your time with it, and just let yourself feel what that's like. Then, once you're comfortable with that, you can do a actual crossover, like left, down, right, left, up, right, and then similar, like, back and forth kind of travel, and just let yourself get used to what it feels like. Usually you're in one of 3 positions for doubles in DDR. You're either centered over left pad, right pad, or you're dead center with your left foot on right arrow for left side, and your right foot on left arrow. So again, just taking some time to see what that feels like. Maybe alternate between those 2 center arrows, and then going to one of the down arrows. Just let yourself literally feel what that range is like and what that motion is like, because when you're not worried about keeping up with the song, what the upcoming pattern is, what the timing is, it gives your body and brain more time to realize, oh, this is what I'm going to be doing. So then when you're in the moment of it, there's less of that internal micromanagement, and you can just do the thing that the game is expecting you to do. And Fippy, love the brainwaves. I was actually just going to bring up a lot of really good charts for doubles, and I feel the peak of doubles was 4th Mix Plus and 5th Mix. Conga Feeling is a perfect example of, like, what good doubles should be in terms of execution. Basically, that song is a non-stop 8th note stream, and it has you very slowly, but for the whole song, going all the way back and forth across the pads. Conga Feeling is an amazing stepping stone. Thank you for that, Fippy. A lot of other stuff in 4th Plus and 5th Mix will be really good starting points as well. There's some good charts in Extreme and Supernova 2 with that in mind as well. From DDRX, Ghetto Blasted Deluxe is Conga Feeling's funkier cousin. I would recommend checking out those 2 charts. Once you're comfortable with what those charts are expecting you to do, all you're going to be doing from there is just increasing the speed. Conga Feeling's one of the greatest doubles. No joke, that's what got me started on doubles. The first time I was at an arcade, someone did dropout doubles, staggered off the pad, and then went out back for a smoke break while pulling on their inhaler. The next person that went up, they opened with Conga Feeling on doubles, and I'm like, that is so cool, I want to be able to do that. And that's what got me started on doubles in general. It's such a good chart. Alright. So, a couple minutes before the hour, I do want to do 2 more songs before we take that first break. A little bit more chatter than usual, but again, fantastic questions and suggestions. So Yoladre, Cracks, Vippy, all of you, thank you so much. So let's play one more T-Paz song since it's been a bit. And again, Cracks and Itinerant, thank you for the earlier T-Paz requests. Yeah, normally do stretch breaks on the hour, and we're just about 1 minute before. I think we'll do one more song after this, just because things have been a little chattier than normal. And then we'll be taking that first break. And again, thank you all so much for being here. Really do appreciate it. Hope folks are enjoying the stream, and more importantly, having a great end of the week. So much fun. But yeah, Yoladre, Conga Feeling, Ghetto Blaster Deluxe, and while it is a hard chart, Double Ace, I'd say those are all really good examples of what crossovers and streams in doubles can be like. And like once you've gotten those like under your belt, again, you're just going to be increasing the speed for everything else. But Conga Feeling and Ghetto Blaster Deluxe for starting out, absolutely fantastic with little starting steps. Alright. One more, then we'll take our first stretch break. Cracks is also asking for Paranoia Survivor Max. Let's see, it was Night Style, right. Well, it's a 13 miscount. Let's be bold. There we go. Such a good version of Paranoia. Yeah, sound. Whew. And Cracks, much obliged for that request. Alright. So it is 5 minutes past the hour, so we're going to take that first stretch break. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, gotten some water. That's what I'm going to be doing. And I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's somebody you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? Could be a world of difference. So please be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. I'll see all of you wonderful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. Whether you're saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, I really do appreciate you making me a part of your day. And for anybody that might be new to the stream, first off, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games, or just get more involved with the music game community. So, just making sure we're fully caught up on chat. Nice! Congratulations, Cracks! So let's see, what is up next to the queue? Nothing else at the moment, and I know I'm tempting fate by saying that. Before we jump into Da-Da-Da, I know I just tossed that in the queue because folks were mentioning it. Talking about, favorite versions of boss songs? I know some folks are not a fan of Trip Machine Phoenix, but out of all the Trip Machines, probably my favorite. Good stuff. Client. There we go. Slow slide. Could be me. I don't think I figured it out. Yeah, for now, let's go to that version of to Nocturne that no one asked for. Jokes aside, I actually really do love this song. Also, the Gitadora and Nostalgia versions are really nice because some of the Kodo is swapped out for piano. It just sounds fantastic.
ひらりはらりと乱れまい今宵咲きます一輪の花聞いてくださいダダダダダダダダダ飛び交う視線ロックして変貌怪しい闇で打ち抜いた衝動その間わずか 0.23 秒歯向かう術はないまさに先行いっそ花になって蝶になって夜になって踊れ花になって蝶になって夜になって踊れ花になって蝶になって夜になって踊れ花になって蝶になって夜になって大体なんだかんだ来る絶頂歯止めは聞かず興奮と熱狂ずっと飛ぶやつかけてよ DJ 目の前急に地獄のダンスホーひらりひらり心がひらり夜のビートに身を任せはらりはらり乱れではらり震えるリズムさ打ってダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダダ 心に体に刻む君のビート花なってとなったシャンのティダダダ
Such a good song. Ooh, Sharp Striker. Yeah, I haven't played that in a hot minute. I think we can manage that, Uka. Yeah, I keep forgetting that's also a gun in Destiny as well. On the one hand, I'm a little upset that I missed the boat on playing Destiny, because I wasn't going to get into an FPS grind on not PC, and then by the time it came out on PC, yeah, I'm not catching up on all that lore. And on the other hand, yeah, those are hours of my life I definitely needed for other things, because I would have beyond have dove into that. Appreciate the sing-along, Fippy, as always. Is it the Sound of Gillahorn or Sound of Gillahorn? Sound of Gillahorn, okay. Took a year or so off. Try to get back in casually. Yeah, for me, like, I'm also kind of glad that I got into Warframe instead, but that's mainly because of the way Warframe is monetized, or more accurately, the way that it is not monetized. Because, you know, Activision Blizzard made a game, or more accurately, they made a service to make money, whereas Digital Extremes has made a game for a community. And, like, you know, the way it gets updated and, you know, how it's monetized kind of shows that, so... You know, no, nothing against Destiny itself, though, as a game. And again, the visual on it, like, just everything is in super clean Helvetica. And, like, the way that it presents itself from, like, an interface standpoint. Oh, God, I love it. Same thing for the, like, the way that Guardians and, like, the overall, like, tech and world looks. Absolutely adore Destiny's aesthetics. Warframe on... Want to try, haven't gotten around to. Heard nothing but good things how they handle the monetization. Yeah, Warframe is free to play. Like, actually free to play. There is nothing in the game you cannot get for free. And with most times when you hear that, it's like, oh, so that means it requires ludicrous amounts of grinding, or you can, like, you know, pay money to bypass. True, yes, you can purchase stuff with cash, but the grind, it's a little tricky to explain, but the short version of it, imagine if there were in-game loot boxes that you just earned by playing the game, and items from those loot boxes are what let you get the fancy versions of items that you would normally pay money for. But while you're getting those in-game boxes and cracking them to build the things you want, you're also getting a metric truck ton of other resources you're going to want to use anyways. So it's not like it's time wasted. And it's literally just you playing the game. It is honestly one of the most aggressively just, yeah, like, do whatever you want. And if you're enjoying it, you can then give the devs money. And that's what people do. Like, I have never needed to buy anything in the game, but once or twice a year, I do a couple of heavy cash purchases just to, like, you know, keep the lights on and support the devs, because they're wonderful. Plus, every Friday, there's a stream with their community manager and either head of the game, head of programming, head of art direction, and it's literally them and chat. It's not something that's super scripted. Like, they're actually just chatting with their player base, and a couple times they've been like, hey, we have heard that monetization on this thing wasn't what you guys liked. We agree. What do you think it should be? And they've only had to do that a couple times because they've stuck the landing ever since, but that was, like, I think 3 years ago. But yeah, think about that. When the devs just openly, live, ask players, what do you feel comfortable paying for this? And we'll adjust it. And they did. Like, and then, of course, there's the gameplay, too. Like, the gunplay and everything is just, mwah, so good. more Hustle, I would have had that double. Such a good song, though. But yeah, sorry to have gotten a little ranty, but yeah, Uke, if you're interested in trying out Warframe, let me know. Like, hit me up on Discord. There are in-game tutorials and explanations for everything, but being blunt, they're not the best. And usually having someone that can just directly translate, oh, this is X, this is Y, for your first like 1 or 2 sessions is usually what helps out the most. But yeah, just let me know. Also, much obliged for the request for the Sharp Striker. Welcome back, Mix. Hope you're having a good morning. All right, famous last words. Nothing in the queue at the moment. Let's do something for funsies. Actually, no, let's keep trying to fully wake up, because I feel like we could have had that double. We just need to quite literally wake up a little bit more. So let's go to a couple of go-to 9s and 10s to hopefully fix that. Awesome. Don't think it'll be anytime soon playing our games. Yep, completely fair. Like, honestly, I haven't been a super active Warframe player recently. And again, only so many hours in the day. But if you do want to get into it, definitely let me know just for the sake of helping with a better tutorial. And then also, you know, hooking you up with some stuff and also helping you figure out where you want to go. Because good news, once you finish the tutorial, you can basically do anything you want. Bad news, once you do the tutorial, you can basically do anything you want. Since it is free to play, lots and lots and lots of the content that's been added on over the years is stuff that is almost immediately accessible, so it's very easy to get analysis paralysis on figuring out what you want to do, or knowing, oh, I should do this stuff if this is the kind of content I'm going to like, or if these are the types of weapons or frames I want to get. So again, just having that initial like kind of check-in to be like, oh, let's help you figure out the interface and how the game works, and then, okay, it looks like you might like these frames and these weapons. Let's get you rolling on getting them, just to, you know, smooth the entry, so to say. Not too bad. Definitely putting some pep in my step. What are my thoughts on the new Poppin' Music Unilab? Good question, Audrey. Hooray, new Poppin'. And that's about it. Like, Poppin' isn't my main game, and I don't actively play an arcade, so it doesn't mean a whole lot to me personally. But like in the grand scheme of things, like, hey, Poppin's getting a new version, hooray! Because I do think it's a great series. Glad to see it's still getting supported. So yeah, I'm really happy. Just individually, like I'm not like jumping for joy either. Also, Binky, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good end of the week. I haven't mentioned it recently, but I hope the job hunt has been going okay for you. On my end, and I haven't really mentioned this publicly a whole lot yet, but I should be unemployed in about a week and a half. I'm still waiting for a hard confirmation, but that's likely going to be the case. So, anyways, just hoping you've had similar luck, because I know you were looking to change your work situation yourself. And again, wonderful to have you here. Now for that song, I'm not immediately recognizing that title. Is that... Yeah, there's Get Up featuring Kanaya Saba, but I'm not recognizing Get Set Go. Did you mean the other song? Did you mean Get Up? Yeah, that is true, Yolandre. Like, Riddle was out for quite some time, so, like, hooray, new version. But, like, then again, with, you know, what's happened over the past couple of years, with, like, you know, the epidemic and everything, like, for some arcade games to have, like, really long, release, like, waits between releases, I'm not too surprised at, but, like, I didn't think it was going to be, like, a dead series either. Oh, okay, it is a new song in Cast Tower, okay. Yeah, we can definitely do some other Carne Asada, though. Absolutely. Synth pops in that. So much fun. Much obliged, Binky. Fippy, love the hype. Thank you, thank you. Now as well. Excellent. Yeah, because I know that the older job, the environment was less than ideal. I believe you were mentioning there were some coworkers and or a manager that were being a bit toxic or unhealthy. So yeah, glad to hear that you got that changed up. Congratulations. Yeah, for me, I should be starting on the 19th. I just haven't gotten a hard confirm, which is why I haven't really announced anything, like, super loud, either, like, you know, here on Twitter. I should have that confirmed by the end of today. And then if that's the case, then I get to update my Twitch schedule. And, of course, it figures I finally get streaming regularly down, and then roughly, like, 2 weeks after, I'm going to have to change my schedule again. But, small steps.
It's time to get it, open your eyes. Let's start a brand new day. My heart is dancing all the way. No stopping me today. Hands that reach up too high. Please come
Didn't think we were going to be that close to the triple. Yeah, there's a lot of oscillating between 16ths and 8ths, and I sometimes misread them. But yeah, we can get that to a triple if we were to practice it. But for now, I'll take that plus 42. Yeah, I'd mark it for highlights, but the 9 is within range, so... Oh, and hey, FC! That's nice. Much obliged for that, Pinky. Appreciate the PB kudos, and again, Pinky and Fippy, thank you for the hype on the upcoming job. Very excited. Alright. Before we dive into our next request, just about half past the hour, so we've got about 30 minutes before we take our next stretch break. Plenty of time between now and then, though. And again, thank you all so much for being here, whether you've been saying hi in chat, or just lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube. Thank you so much for making me a part of your day. I really do appreciate it. And for anyone that might be new to the stream, a reminder, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. And again, if you are new to the stream, wonderful to have you here, and hope you're having a great end of the week. So, up next, Yolandra is asking for Constantino in Blue. Absolute anthem for Ghidorah. Let's go. A little bit of soft land on that. It's a shame that and, timing is a little bit off. Same with Daydream, but absolutely solid Ghidorah stuff. Much obliged, Yolandra. Thank you for the kudos as well. Up next, we have a request from Binky. Queen's Tragedy hits different today. So, I don't say this lightly. The main social media usage I have is heavily lurking on Twitter. And boy, has Twitter been unhinged for the past 24 hours. And I think I'm going to leave it at that. Yeah, that didn't feel like PB pace. But yeah, I think we were like, what, minus 14? Yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, it really is a strong song. Like, it's Nekomata, but it is definitely like Nekomata Master Plus for a reason. Like, it is really solid. Yeah, I wish I could just get my timing dialed in a little bit more. And I think we'd be having more incremental PBs, but again, today is request and chill, so eh. Yeah, really solid song. Much obliged, Mickey. Right, let's see, 20 minutes before the hour. Speaking of Nekomata, see Mickey's also tossing Portal into the queue. Like, I understand why a lot of Nekomata stuff around, like, Tricoro to Pendule got removed after, because, you know, there was a glut of songs from him being sound director. But Portal's so good. Underrated song, in my opinion. That's an 18 miscount. And our timing has been a little looser than I prefer, but our execution has been good. Let's be bold. I know that there's a couple of chromatic flourishes in this, and the opening can be a bit tricky because it's actual divided subrhythms. It's straight eighth notes on one hand and then triplets on the other. And sometimes that can be a little tricky to dial into. Worst case, we'll run it back. There's a Legendaria. Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that some of the older, and when I say older, I mean more like around the like distorted and gold era, because there are still a couple of doubles charts that don't have anothers. And I'm surprised that those haven't gotten updated and then also been given Legendarias as well. Like Rising in the Sun, for example, when that got removed and then re-added, the charts got reworked. And it also got another added, because until that happened, it was only just the normal and hyper. Yeah, I do like that Legendaria, for some cases, it's 12 plus, and in other cases, it's, hey, here's a really good song that could have used a more in-depth chart as the another. Here you go. Like, I'm glad that it's being used for not just 12 plus. One more once, we can do that. Oh, we can totally get that. I'm going to mark that for runbacks later. I'm going to move on for now. We can totally get that. Oof. Sorry about that, Pinky. But yeah, we're going to be running that back later. Just going to move on for now. And right now, quarter of, roughly 15 minutes before the hour. So we've got about 15 minutes before we take our next stretch break. And again, appreciate you folks being here, whether you've been in chat, lurking and vibing, or you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube. Thank you so much for making me a part of your day. Really do appreciate it. Favorite filter house? Doing a quick search on Rundy. I've got a couple ideas, I'm just making sure. Thought so. So, biggest roaster, bad routine, but also Heaven Above. Ooh. If I have to choose between bad routine and Heaven Above, I'm honestly not sure what I'd go with. That's a choice. Also, favorite technical chart in terms of like satisfying execution. A lot of candidates for that. For now, let's go with Heaven Above, just because I know I've played Bad Routine more recently, thanks to Biggest Roaster. And to be honest, might play Biggest Roaster and Bad Routine anyways, just because they're bops. Depends on what happens with the queue. And, speaking of which, if you do want to request anything, folks, just a reminder, hit that hexagon in your chat to get started on that, and don't let not necessarily knowing what's in the game stop you. Ooh. Remember the DPA for this is surprisingly technical. Kind of want to chill a little bit after Portal, so... And again, Binky, much obliged. Appreciate it. But yeah, for technical execution, so that can go a couple of ways. We could go with something that's like definitely doubles, like something that has a lot of either scratch toggles or scratch juggles. We could also go with like really good scales. Starlight Distant Chia comes to mind, along with Amazing Mirage as well. So yeah, we've got a lot of good choices for that. good Korsuke song. Yeah, Sour Please for sure. And hey, Tawali! Wonderful to see you! Thank you for the well wishes. Hope you're having an equally good Friday. In regards to Filter House, and again, thank you, much obliged for the request. So there was 7 above. For Biggest Roaster, I don't think we've played the Hyper yet. Yeah, and I know that this is actually uprated. SNJ has this as a 7.5. That's an EX from Bit Decay, though. Let's be brave. Ooh. Haven't done Hyperboundary Gate in a bit. Sounds like a plan, Tawali. Nice. Didn't think we were gonna hang on to that. Good stuff. Yeah, this was so for the 2 subscriber songs this month, it was this and Arca, which I think is an Akuda song from Cannonballers. Let me triple check. Yeah, Cannonballers. But yeah, I was surprised that this was the old revival. But again, more DJ Spugna. Yes, please. Also, Liard, wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good Friday. Alright, so Tuala was asking for a Hyper Boundary Gate. This is more on the Goa, right? Yeah, Goa trance, as opposed to side trance. Yeah, I do wish we had more side trance from LED, but you know, I'll take what we've gotten. Let's see if we can get this FC fixed. So I made a 2-step for UB. Wait, really? That's an eyebrow raise, because I know I've mentioned, like, you know, I'm still hoping that there's a return to 2-step in general, but also talking about Sota Fujimori, that we get a return to, like, the, like, disco/funk phase he was in briefly. You know, Kind Lady, With You. I hadn't heard about that, though. One moment. Now I'm curious. Which song is that, out of curiosity? Because I'm going to mark that for later. Currently on the Remy Wiki, and there's a bunch of stuff that's initially from Ubeat. But yeah, if you could let me know that title, Binky, because yeah, now I'm curious. Also, Liard, got a new synth. Excellent, congratulations. Life Without You. Okay. Yeah, from You Beat Festo. Huh. Good to know. Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the jacket art real quick, and yeah, that definitely screams two-step. I'm gonna have to check that out later. Thank you for the heads up on that. Yeah, we'll get that FC fixed eventually. For now, I'll take that triple. Good stuff. Much obliged to Wally. Yeah, I remember back when we first crossed Pazalier, we had chatted about some of the more experimental stuff that you were into. Glad to hear that you're getting back into it. More than welcome to Wally. Thank you for the request. So, it's about 5 minutes before the hour. I'll probably do 2 more songs. That'll take our next stretch break. You know, I've got a request in the queue for something I enjoy executing technically from Vinky. Still chewing on that. Before that, though, for no particular reason, want to make Eurobeat though, not modern Eurobeat. Eurobeat's a tricky genre, I feel, because either like you get it or you don't. Like it strikes me as a genre that's difficult to like stick the landing on. But yeah, if that's something you want to go for, best of luck. Thank you for the PB kudos as well to Wally. Not sure why I have so much trouble timing on that. Such a good song, though. I know for a while that was my second to last closer. Like, it's always last burning. But for, like, well into Linkle, that was usually my second to last. Absolutely adore that song. Speedcore. Playing physical instruments are really... Yeah, fair. Plus, also just, like, for sampling, too. Like, there's a lot of awesome stuff you can do with electric guitar in terms of, like, samples, especially for, like, getting, like, interesting, like, feedback and other noise that you could use for the experimental. Alright, so we are just hitting the hour. I do want to do one more song. We'll take our next stretch break. So, yeah, for stuff that's fun to execute, let's go start with Distension EX. That's got a good mix of, like, clean piano scales, a couple of jump to turntable, not to mention just lots of overall swagger. As always, Binky, much obliged for the request. Such a fun chart. Also helps that, you know, it's electro swing, or at least electro swing adjacent anyways. Yeah, again, Binky, much obliged for that. So, at this point, it is a couple minutes past the hour, so we are due to take our next stretch break. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, found some water. That's what I'm going to be doing. And I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's someone that you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? Could be a world of difference. So please be sure that you're checking out the folks that you care about. I'll see all of you wonderful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. Whether you've been saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. Really do appreciate it. And a reminder for anyone new to the stream, first off, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. So, nothing in the queue at the moment, so let's play something for funsies. And also a reminder, if you do want to request a song, press R open. If that's something that you're interested in, just hit the hexagon in your chat to get started. Maybe if you're not familiar with what's in Infinitas, don't let that stop you. Let's see. I know that I don't think we've played the Hyper for Arca yet. So let's take care of that. If I remember, this is a flat 9. Yeah, it's S&J has this as a flat 9, so we should be fine for the hard clear. Leard, at some point picking up a violin. Violin's a gorgeous instrument. The last couple of years, my dad was alive. He started learning the violin. Gorgeous instrument. We can easily EX that. Gotta toss that in the queue so we can try that again later. Yeah, definitely Akuda for sure. Ooh, almost 50-50 on the fast-slow, which I'm a bit surprised at, 'cause I had trouble locking in initially. Good stuff. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, Leard. In regards to harps being like guitars, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. So what to play next? Another song that's been kind of in my head recently. Why not? Yeah, let's get some Pathfinder stat. Oh, you mean strings just for the sake of it? Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm not too familiar with harp. Guitars I'm a little familiar with, but just barely. Yeah, that didn't feel like PB pace at all. I'll take that, though. Yeah, plus 46, not bad. Yeah, fair. Like, some folks get into production or composition, like, way later in life. I mean, the main thing is that you're figuring out what you enjoy and leaning into it. So, like, good on you. So, yeah, execution has actually been decent today. I know we tried Portal a little while ago, and I'm going to run that back soon-ish. Let's see if today's the day we can finally get Caterpillar. I didn't think we were going to have that. One more once. Finally! Oh, I've been trying to get that for probably a year now. I've always just been a hair shy on it. Mainly hoping for the lamp, but I'll take plus 14 while we're at it. Good stuff. I got a little terrified at the end there. Finally got that though. Huzzah! Weird. I produce music for BS. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad place to get started. Just because with what it takes to also key sound things, like that also requires like decent EQ control as well. So from a production standpoint, it'd be good practice. Whew, all right, 20 past the hour. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Just see we have a couple of more folks that might have joined in again. Whether you're in chat, lurking, or if you've watched me on the VOD on YouTube. Wonderful to have you here, and thank you for making me a part of your day. Let's see. So our execution's good. I'm wondering if we're ready to try IDC another. I know the ending is a little... Worst case, we can play it normally.
Lazy Daisy, juice a beer, rolling, shaking, hanging out. Ow, 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 ow. Dump, you are making noise. Dump, you are making noise. Jump, and you are in the air. Jump, you are in the air. We dance, 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 dance together. Dance, dance, dance together. Jump, jump, jump together. Jump, jump, jump together. Move your body. 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 Body, 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 IDC. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Let me see your hands up, ah. Put your hands up to the sound. Don't matter what you say, no matter what they do. Are you ready? Break it back. Jump, you are in the air. Jump, you are in the air.
So for that section, the hands lean on 4 key more than normal. Like it's actually bouncing off it for the downbeat. The only other chart that's done that I can think of is Trigger of Innocence. So yeah, we need to practice that a little more. Soon. I think I'll play something else and then I'm just gonna run it back on normal gauge. Because that song is so good. Yeah, I mean, whether you're doing sitting or standing, like, you do you, fam. The main thing is that you're doing what you can to avoid RSI and other similar, like, you know, hand and wrist injury. As long as you're taking as long as you are taking care of yourself on that front, yeah, you do you. feel like I've tried this. I have, and the only notes I have is, don't act dumb. Well, fingers crossed. I know I'm tempting fate by saying this, but right now, nothing in the request queue. So a reminder, if folks do want to request anything, just hit the hexagon near chat to get started. At the same time, if folks are just enjoying lurking and listening to whatever's being played, you do you, fam. Just making sure folks don't miss out. Almost let that slip. I'll take that EX and a double while we're at it. Good stuff. Very nice. Yeah, for a little calmer at the end, we could probably FC that with a bit of practice. Whew. Liard. Demo stock and AC. I've heard, if I remember correctly, the typical AC is 100 over 100, and it's a little bit firmer than stock Gemo. I believe that's what folks in Early's Discord said. I could be mistaken on that. Why not? I didn't think we'd have execution today, but, you know, if we're noticing today's the day and there's nothing else in the queue, might as well go for some lamps. Very nice. I'm not sure why we were so early on that, but still, we'll take it. Nice. Just been hoping for the lamp, but I'll take plus 62. Alright. So it is half past the hour. So a quick reminder, just got about 30 minutes before we take our next stretch break. And again, appreciate you folks being here. Just we might have had a few more folks tune in over that last song. Again, whether you're going to be saying hi in chat, or just lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you for making me part of your day. Hope folks are enjoying the stream, and more importantly, having a good Friday and having a good end of the week. And for anyone that's just joining in that might be new to the stream, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. Thank you, Laird. More than welcome. It's wonderful to have you here. And I know I've mentioned this a lot in the past couple weeks, but I'm really happy to hear how well the new popping controller's been working out for you. And also that you've been enjoying Lively. Just, you'd love to see it. Alright, so, nothing in the request queue at the moment, so let's keep going for EX clears, because we've had really good execution today. Might as well lean into it. Actually, I do want to take a little bit of a breather from EXs. We haven't gotten our 11 AA yet, so why not? One of the 3 5 players in your country. I mean, I know that there isn't a lot of B-Money in Canada, but I think there's more than that. Absolutely threw away that ending. For some reason, I just desynced, like, mentally, and I just could not lock back in. Not the end of the world, though. Also, Lierd, I don't think you're, like, I think there's more poppin' players in Canada than you might think, but also, in fairness, it's probably not by much. But yeah, I think there might be more than you think. Right, let's do one more non-EX attempt before we go back attacking lamps. Yeah, I thought things had been a little early the past couple songs. Yeah, 80 over 20. Yeah, time to bump offset. And again, we have been playing for a while, so we're definitely warmed up at this point, so not a huge surprise. Let's do one more pseudo timing check just to see if we're good to go. There we go, 40 over 70, much better. Yeah, welcome back, Devil Dude. Also, Tuali, appreciate the D-Lurk for a certain meme. Yeah, I'll play DJ Hero. Yeah! It is a shame, though, about DJ Hero, because, like, it's actually a really good game. It's just, you know, at the time, market oversaturation, you know, thanks Activision. Yeah, it's a much stronger game than people realize. What is the another for this? It's a .8! Not today, Satan. Much obliged for the request, though, Devil Dude. Yeah, I was like, if it's a .6, we'll go for it. But yeah, .8, no, that there is no learning from that. That is just pain and suffering. Yeah, definitely a fun chart. Much obliged, Devil Dude. Probably don't have a DJ Hero send. I mean, on the one hand, yeah, because, you know, time plus internet equals, well, of course that exists. On the other, I think the player base is small enough to, like, that I'm not surprised that there hasn't been, like, a simulator or, like, a fan project as a result. But it would be an interesting space to explore. Again, Devil Dude, much obliged for the request. So, 15 minutes before the hour. So we've got about 15 minutes before we take our next and last trust break for the stream. Again, appreciate you folks being here. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream and, more importantly, having a good end of the week. Thanks for making me a part of it. Yeah, let's go for a couple more EX attempts at this point. The execution has been surprisingly good today. Only 8 misses, but Battery AA. That's odd. Let's see what we can do. Just up to GP this month. Nice. A recent but iconic DDR song. I'm not sure what will be a good fit for that, because I'll be honest, new DDR content, I am hilariously out of the loop on. Like, the only thing I can think of is, I know recently Beachside Bunny got added to DDR, and a good chunk of the community also lost their minds because apparently the challenge chart is an 18. And to be fair, I've watched videos of said chart, and yeah, it's a series of decisions. Aside from that, though, I'm not sure of any other quote-unquote new DDR songs that are also in Infinitas. So if there's anything you have in mind, Devil Dude, let me know. Otherwise, yeah, we'll go with Shakanetsu. I just realized I was gonna EX this, right? Yeah, we're still on the hard gauge. Let's fix that. But yeah, other than Shakanetsu, Devil Dude, I'm not quite sure what would fit the bill for that. But if there's any suggestions, either from you or anyone else, I am all ears. Yeah, I'm not sure why I have such timing trouble on that, because that chart's, relatively speaking, straightforward. Huh. I'm gonna mark that for runbacks. Just in terms of investigating that timing. But for now, I'll take that EX and plus 26. Alright! Got that marked for highlights later. Trip Machine? We can do that, Devil Dude. Ooh. Yeah, I'm all for a Usual Suspects block, Devil Dude. I think I might sub out the Safari with Tengoku, just to make it a neat 5, if that's alright, because also I think Tengoku needs to be in that block if it's a Usual Suspects block, but let me know. For right now, though, it is just about 10 minutes before the hour. Probably do 4 more songs and then take our next stretch break, and I'll probably wait until we come back from that break to kick off that block, Devil Dude. But much obliged. Right, so, up next... I know I hate these. I know we were talking about this earlier, when we were talking about Trip Machine and Paranoias in regards to favorite versions. Still can't believe this is June. All right. Yeah, I'll have Safari as an additional in place of Tengoku for that block. And again, much obliged for the requests and the block. And speaking of, I do see we have a few more folks joining in. Welcome, welcome. If you are new to the stream, first off, wonderful to have you here. But also, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. But also, aside from that block and additionals from Devil Dude, currently nothing else in the queue. So if you do want to request something, just hit the hexagon in your chat to get started. And if you're not familiar with what's in Infinitas, don't let that stop you. There's a song list available, and requests can be open-ended as well. But again, most of all, wonderful to have you here, folks. Yeah, heck of a revisioning for that song. Great stuff. Also, just thinking about all the planetary bosses from DDR as well. Just a good series. Much obliged, Devil Dude. Let's see. 585. It's a good one. For right now, though, I know we were talking about doing Trip Machine. We did do Trip Machine Phoenix earlier, so I think that leaves us with just one other. I could be wrong on that. Let's see. Right, it's SD Trip Machine. Right. And again, Devil Dude, much obliged for the requests. Yeah, I figured I scrolled past it. It was just hiding in plain sight. I'm like, the heck with it. We'll just go to the second style folder because that can't hide there. I was actually going to ask what the 585 was, but if it's literally just a D-roll, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, start.
Yeah, we'll get that F-seat eventually. But for now, Battle Jank is going to be jank. And hey, Catastrophe! Wonderful to see you! Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I've just had a couple of, DDR famous songs for the past few. We actually do have a block queued up for Devil Dude once we come back from our next stretch break. But, yeah, it's an accidental block, which sometimes are the best. Yeah, wonderful to see you. Hope you've been well. And speaking of stretch breaks, it is just about 1 minute before the hour, so we'll do one more song and take said break. I think we'll do something just for funsies. Stuff the queue. No worries, Devil Dude. Because again, additionals, if we get to them, we get to them. If not, always refund them. Doing well. Thanks for asking. Excellent to hear. And again, thanks for making me a part of your day. Hope the end of the week's going well both for you and everyone else here. I know it's been a little bit of a quieter stream for the past hour, but I know either Friday's chat is super active or everyone is on the work and lurk because they're trying to get ready for the weekend. Doesn't change the fact that you folks are here, though. Thank you so much. Yeah, we were just kind of rocking out and having fun. Didn't think we were on PB pace at all, so yeah, I'll take minus 19. It's fantastic. Yeah, essentially, Twilight, it's like, you know, everyone's working for the weekend. That's exactly the vibe, essentially. And also, Jamich, wonderful to see you. Just recovering from vacation. Nice. Appreciate you tuning in as well. Alright, so it is a couple minutes past the hour, so at this point it's going to be time for our next and last stretch break for the stream today. So, maybe it's been a while since you've last stood up, walked around, got some water. That's what I'm going to be doing, and I invite you to join me. And remember, folks, if there's someone that you haven't heard from in a while, even just a simple message of, hey, how are you doing? Could be a world of difference. So please be sure that you're checking in on the folks that you care about. I'll see all of you wonderful folks in 180 seconds. Alright, welcome back everybody! Before we jump into more songs and shenanigans, again, thank you so much for being here. Whether you're saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, I really do appreciate you making me a part of your day. And a reminder for anyone that might be new to the stream, in addition to wonderful to have you here, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. A huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games, or just get more involved with the music game community. And Julius, wonderful to see you as well. I know James just said hi right before that break started and saw you coming over it. Appreciate you being here. Love the good vibes for everybody, as always. So, we are heading into the last hour of the stream. I want to wrap up at about noon, 50 minutes from now. Plenty of time between now and then. We also have a block on deck from Devil Dude. I'm going to play one, maybe two songs just to come back from the break. And we'll be kicking off a usual suspects block for Devil Dude. So, for right now... Yeah, not sure I've got the song on the brain, but... It's a bop, so why not? Right, I forgot about that Devil Dude. Yeah, so I think we'll do that next. Assuming nothing else hits the queue, and then we'll kick off that block. So Devil Dude rolled a random number based out of the entire song list for Infinitas, and that's going to be the next song. I happen to know what it is, which I'm pretty psyched for, because I haven't played it in a while, and it's definitely a strong one. Could not quite keep up on that for some reason. That's fine though. Downloaded the demo for Getadora. Nice! Oh, and the accelerometer also works for wheeling? Honestly, that's a little surprising. Good to know though. Alright, so let's do one more, and then we'll kick off the usual suspects block from Devil Dude. So again, Devil Dude earlier rolled 585. Ooh, and I'm not sure what our status is on this now that I'm looking at it. Let's take a look though. Absolutely love this remix. I love the original as well, but the original is very battle jank, which is a little heartbreaking. Okay. Good song. Yeah, it was a CS, so it got CS doubles charts. Basically, yeah, so they're not quite battle charts, but like even the normal has some really awkward turntable scratch chords, which is. Just gotta open the. Honestly, like given the age of that controller, if that's all the maintenance you need to do, that's not that bad, Julius. Wonder what if there's a point to do for a random song? I mean, that could just be a general song request or an additional. But, like, the idea of it just being play something for the heck of it, like, it's not a terrible idea. The only reason I'm not leaning into that more is just because battle chart jank, and if there was a way that... So this would require having, before I forget, Devil Dude, much obliged for the request. If I could either hook in Kamaitachi or a similar play data tracker, so that when you were rolling random, the older the song was in terms of hadn't been played recently, it was more likely in the die roll, then I'd go for that. But otherwise, pure chaos, like could be okay, but could also see that getting old kind of quick too. Alright, so, up next, we actually have our first block of the stream. So far, it's been a bit quiet for block requests today, but we've got a block of usual suspects from Devil Dude. Reverse order, the Mermaid Girl remix, Tropical April, Tengoku, because of course, Anthem Landing, but first, Old But Gold. What about Polaris? Yeah, I know. Like, I know there are a couple folks that have also said that they're not huge fans of the Korsuke remix, which, you know, to be fair, you know, it's music, opinions. But yeah, like the OG is also absolutely S tier. I'm just thinking about old 2DX and I'm remembering, oh, I don't have Dr. Love and Infinitas. Now I'm sad. Yeah, I wish I could remember what that sound effect is, Devil Dude. I want to say it's a wood percussion instrument that's like really hollow. I just can't quite remember the name of it. 2 off a PC? Not bad. Yeah, SOS in Calcutta. Good stuff as well. Alright, one down. 4 to go in the Usual suspects for Devil Dude. Next we've got Anthem Landing. Honestly, this is like the Murasama song I keep forgetting about. It's a shame because it's fantastic. Let's do the normal. Extended version. Yeah, the so this is Tash, or more specifically the A side Murasama. All the Murasama songs are actually like long versions that are broken up. The first one, and most famously, was a Scripted Connection in Happy Sky. The opening was the normal, the middle was the hyper, and the ending was the another. Eventually, each section got all three charts, but there have been several more since that are still relegated to certain difficulties. Anthem Landing as the extra stage for Resort Anthem, same thing. And then for Linkle, there was Shade. And then lastly, in Tricoro, you have Travelers in Virtual Space, which any difficulty on singles is the first half, any difficulty on doubles is the second half. Although the Legendarias are flipped respectively. Singles Legendaria is the second half, and doubles Legendaria is the opening half. Ooh, super slow on that. That's odd. I'll have to keep an eye on that. But I know a couple folks have were chatting about this recently. I'm surprised that Infinitas doesn't have more long versions. Like, we have I's long version. Why not a stitched together version of like Anthem Landing or Shade? Or on Happy Sky CS, there was a long version of Scripted. Like, the Conaste clients are a perfect environment for them. Like, why not? Alright, 2 down, 3 to go. Up next, can't be a Devil Dude block without Tengoku. Such staying power. think we need to repoke offset, which is a little odd because I remember it was just an hour ago we raised it. Not sure why we have to lower it again. If anything, it should continue in the same direction. That's a me issue. For now, again, such staying power. Like, some music is held up better than others, and Tengoku's really, really strong. Yeah, it's absolutely a classic, Julius. I agree. Alright, 2 more to go in the usual suspects block for Devil Dude. Next, if I remember correctly, this is, I believe Devil Dude was mentioned this is their favorite Risk Junk song? If not Devil Dude, I know someone else has said that. For me, it's, Fujikan, Candy, but this is up there as well. And speaking of Risk Junk, I'm amazed that the new Infinitas exclusive is a Risk Junk song. Not something I would have expected. You know, given that it's a less used alias by Taka, but take it. A little sloppier in the intro than I would have preferred, but we'll take it. Biggest flex I passed this. Another. What? Do you mean, what, for Tropical April or for Tengoku? Wow! Isn't that a 12? Oh, it's an 11. Yeah, still, that is up there. Hot damn! Yeah, I was about to say Devil Dude, because I remember that you had started 2DX somewhat recently. I had a feeling you might have been confused on which chart. Oh, the Hyper? Yeah, like, even still, like, because if I remember correctly, you picked up an Infinitas, it was either, like, 2 months ago or maybe 3 months ago? Like, if you're already clearing 8s, like, that's incredible. Plus, it's Risk Junk. Like, Risk Junk is a boss alias. Yeah, even the normal. Like, doesn't matter the difficulty. Like, 8's period. Like, because you've only been playing, it's like, yeah, about 3 months, if I remember correctly, which, yeah, that is incredible. Alright. We thought yellow of the hybrid. No worries. Alright, so we've got one more to go in the block from Devil Dude, in terms of usual suspects. The command mix of Mermaid Girl. I forget. Is that Mingle? Yes! Yeah, that's good stuff, because, yeah, Risk Junk does not mess around, and if it's an 8 on normal, like, that's saying something. It is rare for normal charts to be 7s or highers. Like, that's absolutely saying something about the song in general. Like, that's typically a boss song or a late unlock in the style, like, you know, it's a bonus song, essentially, or something similar. Yeah, definitely be proud of that, Devil Dude. That is amazing. Wow, I'm surprised by that. Because that, like, whole, not just opening, but, like, first half felt super sloppy. 27 off PB? Sure. And also, what a good remix. I'm not a huge fan of the original, but that's mainly because it got overplayed to a heck and a half when it first came out. Really good Eurobeat adjacent remix. Devil Dude, much obliged for the block. Alright. Right now it is just a little bit after half past the hour. Got roughly 25 minutes before the hour. And 25 minutes before we'll be wrapping up the stream. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Whether you've been saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube. Appreciate you making me a part of your day. So yeah, talking about the end of the stream, roughly 30 minutes left. Again, once we do hit the hour mark in about 25 minutes, any 50-point song requests that are still in the queue, I'll absolutely play all of those. It's just the 500-point additionals that, no promises. So for right now, speaking of requests, we do have some other additionals in the queue from Devil Dude. I might play one or two other songs first and then start tackling those. I know we wanted to run back Portal DPA at some point for the EX. I think I'll save that for later. For now, though, let's go back to Arca and get that EX taken care of. That was just me, not having played the chart before and just playing it safe. You can absolutely EX this. Adjacent. It's freaking DJ Command. I know. You know, it's just, you know, I don't hear the typical English about, you know, having burning love in the night. So, you know, that's why I'm kind of, you know, Eurobeat adjacent. Nice. Yeah, I actually really like that song. I can also understand why the Another is a 12, but, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, what is it? Yeah, 12.1. Mainly just hoping for the EX. I'll take plus 75 while we're at it, though. Fantastic. Damn it. Also, you're beat adjacent. A1, Dave Rogers, and the Royal Orchestra of Bazookastead. Now I'm just thinking about how, Fire Fire is just the VIP of Bazooka's Russian Roulette that you just never knew existed. I know there's been some, covers of Little Bitch. I'm not sure if it's the original or if it's just the bus stop version or both. I'm trying to think of what else though, Devil Dude. Extent things not to your react, which is saying a lot. Yeah, it is, Jamich. Alright. Speaking of a lot, up next, so we do have some additionals from Devil Dude in the queue. One of them being the Safari. So let's get to it. Such a good song. Just a shame about the charts. Much obliged as always, Devil Dude. SimCity, ooh, yeah, 3,000. Yeah, for SimCity 2,000, I'd be all over that, but 3,000? Yeah, I get the hesitation. Alright. Wasn't that the original Another Challenge? Alright, up next. Yeah. So, Safari, which had me thinking about Lions, which then had me thinking about Carlos. Yeah, now I've got Sneaky Kung Fu in my head, so let's get that taken care of. Plus, I honestly haven't played this song a whole lot. It's a really good song. Oh, it was a lower BPM originally. Right. 2004 on PC. Just wanted to fill the gap. Yeah, I mean, there's something for, having a complete collection. Speaking of cowards, still waiting on Beachside DPA. Well, again, I'm all for failing forward, which, that's going to be the whole stream tomorrow. But at the same time, there's, trying charts that are too hard for me, and then using that to then get better at charts that are just out of reach. And then there's just falling downstairs for the sake of pain and suffering. Beachside DPA is a 12.4. Right now my range is around 11.6. There's a couple of 11.8s I'd be maybe talked into trying, but right now I really need to be doing 11.6s for when I'm failing forward. Maybe 0.8s if I'm super warmed up or once I've gotten my range pushed up a little bit further. Anything 12 and higher, it's just going to be a lot. My arms are going to hurt, and I'm honestly not sure what I'm going to take away from it. Nice. I wasn't sure if we were going to hang on to that. We'll take it, though. nice, that's nice. Plus 21's not nothing. We'll take that. Everybody's happening, family forward. Yeah, like, because, again, my range used to be, like, 11.6 rounding up, and right now it's really more 11.6 rounding down. Once we've gotten a couple more failing forward sessions in, and I've got better stamina in reading, I'll be trying 11.8s more willingly. A couple weeks ago I tried out .8s, and yeah, it wasn't as predictive as I was hoping, so I'm keeping them off limits for the next couple of sessions, and then depending on how those go, try it again. Whew. All right, so just about 15 to maybe 10 minutes before the hour, so roughly 10-15 minutes before we start wrapping up. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Either you've been saying hi in chat, looking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, really do appreciate you making me a part of your day. And even though we are going to be wrapping up soon, probably have honestly 30 minutes left in the stream. If you are new, please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is to help folks either get into these games, or get more involved in the music game community. Similarly, if you haven't yet requested something, 50-point song requests are there to make sure everyone can request something every stream, no matter what. Up next, we do have a few other additionals from Devil Dude. Absolutely love this song. Just 4 on the floor, blown out speakers, house. Love it. Such a good song. Much obliged as always, Devil Dude. Yeah, well, it's a little unfortunate that we don't have the overlays for that anymore. But, no. Yeah. Such was the cost of upgrading to HD. Right, let's see. Let's double up on additionals from Devil Dude. So really we're talking about DDR songs. So Devil Dude slipped this into the queue. Yeah, really not in the mood for the Hyper's nonsense today. I'm just thinking about when that first came out in DDR and just blew everybody's minds. Good times. Devil Dude, much obliged. Right, let's see. Let's do some for funsies. Yeah, I remember hearing stories of folks getting to the opening of that on extra stage and then like literally tripping over themselves and falling off pads just because, wait, what? Oh. Alright, so about 5 minutes before the hour. So we've got roughly that before we start wrapping up. I'm still going to be doing some more songs, probably like another like 10 or 15 minutes. Just once we get past the hour, again, any 50-point song requests, happily play all of them. It's just the 500 ones, no promises. Only a few months ago. Right, yeah, the opening for If You Were Here from in Dance Mania. Like, yeah, it's basically max 300 spot on. It's kind of comical, actually. Good stuff. Glad we've got more SCU getting into 2DX, and also in the Knost version of Nostalgia as well. Sure, Naoki just ripped it off. Nah, I'm pretty sure it was just artistic inspiration. Because blatant theft in Japanese music? No. They've only got the most respect for copyright. Thinking of, Metal Gear Solid and Winter. Alright. So we've got one more additional in the queue from Devil Dude. Yeah, we haven't said hi to Muckle on the boat yet. Let's fix that. Japanese have a particular and peculiar relationship to copyright. Yeah, like I'm thinking about all of like the like animations that were done for like conventions or expos that are just like, yeah, we're just gonna like blatantly copy comic books. Same for some video games that also did that, and then yeah, musically there's also been some interesting situations as well. Yeah, I just completely mentally desynced on that. Ugh, shame on me. That's okay though. Might not be 100% okay, because one of the runbacks I was hoping to do is an EX on Portal. Ooh. Let's play something else first and check on things. Before that, though, again, Devil Dude, much obliged for the requests. So it is 1 minute past the hour. We are going to start wrapping up. Again, if you have not yet requested a song, 50-point song requests are still open for a reason. I always want to make sure that everybody can request something every stream if they want to. I do apologize for the repetition on this over the past few minutes, but doing my best to sound the last call. So yeah, we'll do 1 or 2 songs for funsies. Try that run back on Portal, and then depending on what's come into the queue, if anything, then at that point we'll either go through those or actually wrap up and find some underrated, all that nonsense. But for now, let's just play something for fun, and also kind of double check timing. And as we are approaching the end of the stream, again, thank you folks for being here. Whether you've been in chat, lurking, with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. And while we are wrapping up soon, for anyone new to the stream that is just tuning in, first off, wonderful to have you here. And please don't be afraid to ask any questions. Huge part of why I stream is helping folks get into these games or just get more involved with the music game community. on the fast side. But it is a relatively straightforward chart, so we could be over-executing. Not the end of the world. Everyone got a run. Thanks for awesome stream as always. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone. Always love the vibes from you, Julius. Thank you so much. Hope the rest of your Friday is amazing. Appreciate you being here. Right. So I see Jared's asking for Far Away, which... yeah, not too nice play. Let's go. Good stuff. I haven't played that in quite some time. Much obliged, Damage. Yeah, it looks like for offset we actually do need to be back on 9.0, so we'll tweak that. And then I think at that point we'll give Portal EX another shot. Might do one more just so I can be 100% confident. Yeah, offset at right side, only -9 on PvE. Not bad at all. Whew. Alright, I think I'll do one more for funsies, and also just to ensure that we're at the right place for offset. Then we'll go after that run back on Portal. And then, haven't played Game Changers yet. And then, yeah, at that point, if no other requests have come into the queue, then we'll have our final incandescence. So, only another 10 minutes left, assuming nothing else comes into the queue. But yeah, if you haven't yet already, requests are still open. Let's see, something really good for timing. Also kind of for fun. Yeah, song's so happy. now we're like 40 over 5. That's a bit too much. Yeah, back to 9.5 it is then. At least we know where we need to be. Client, please. Come on. Client. Or at this point, servers. Yeah, exactly, catastrophe. Like the first 5 or 10 seconds, maybe client. Anything after that, call my routing good. I was hoping to get that bump to the triple. Yeah, I'll take PB -1 though. That's perfectly fine. Server please all the time. Yeah, it's usually not too bad for me. I want to say for every session I'm playing, which is 4 to 5 hours, I'll usually have 1 to 2, maybe 3 instances where yeah, it's a super long delay from end of song to result. But I will say the full-on network errors that I have to restart client for, those are, I want to say once a month, maybe once every 2 months at this point. Those have definitely decreased. So get around 10 p.m. Yeah, I know for me, when it's the day of or the day after new content drops, yeah, servers are also slightly on fire. Once or twice a week. Ooh. Alright. So, up next, let's go for that run back on Portal. See if we can get that EX. We were super close earlier. And I want to say that I've gotten this back on Pendual, pre-Infinitas. But it'd be good to get it back on the books regardless. Oh, we have that. Yeah, I think I need to practice that ending a little bit because some of those like neighboring chords, like 1 and 2 on left hand, I think I need to practice those a little bit. So yeah, we can absolutely get that. I'll keep that marked for runbacks for now. Alright. And hey, Kawachi! Wonderful to see you! Thank you so much for the raid! Hope you're all doing well. Sapphire, Restartsy, wonderful to see you. Yeah, for anybody that's coming through on that raid, hi, I'm Shinji. I play 2DX. If you do have any questions, please don't be afraid to ask. Also, we are wrapping up the stream soon, but we are doing song requests and, you know, just kind of having fun today. So if anybody coming in on the raid does want to request a song, requests are still open. I always want to make sure I can play something for everyone every stream. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Kawachi. Doing some Voltex. How did Voltex go today? Thank you for the kudos tester. Yeah, we'll I'm gonna get that very soon. I just need to practice the ending a little bit because some of those chords are a little awkward. Nothing 1 or 2 playthroughs shouldn't fix though, but that's why we have it marked for runbacks. Quickly catching up on some behind-the-scenes stuff. Just noting folks that came through on the raid so I can probably say thank you later. And hey, Andy! Wonderful to see you as well! Hope you're having a good end of the week. Appreciate you tuning in. How goes the Step Maniacs? Alright, there we go. Ooh. Really close to PCs, it sounds like Kawachi. Just on my controller. Oof. Unexpected hard clears. Nice! Andy, haven't played it since that trend card. Back at it soon. Awesome! Sounds like overall, though, you've been well, which is, you know, the main thing. Glad to hear. But yeah, again, for folks just joining in, I know Kawachi did just raid. Again, thank you so much. And also, Andy is also just tuning in. Again, we are going to be wrapping up the stream soon. If anybody does want to request a song, song requests are still open. I'll happily play any and all 50-point song requests that come in, because that's the request for once a stream. I just want to make sure I can play something for everybody. It's just once we exhaust the queue on those, then we'll be playing one more song and then wrapping up. So if you do want to request something, just hit that hexagon in your chat. And if you're not sure what to request, don't let that stop you. Requests can be open-ended. Just making sure folks don't miss an opportunity, because otherwise we will be wrapping up soon. Ooh, Air Skull. Yeah, that's one of the relatively new Malzahn songs. Let's go. That is Rootage, right? Yeah. Nice. Such good stuff, but I mean, it's Mausen, so no real surprise there. Yeah, much obliged for that, Koachi. Appreciate it. Also have a minor incremental PB. Love to see it. Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you for playing. Yeah, thank you for requesting. All right. Speaking of which, nothing in the queue. So, I am going to be playing one more song. If after that I don't have any other requests enter the queue, then at that point we'll have our final incandescence, find someone to raid, and all that nonsense. But before that, we haven't played Game Changers yet, so let's fix that. I do apologize for the repetition about song requests, just doing my best to ring the bell for last call. Absolutely love this song.
Is a demonstration of sound. Are you ready?
Absolutely love that. Ooh. Okay. So at this point, I'm not seeing anything else in the queue. So I think it's time for us to wrap up the stream for today. Before we wrap up the stream, though, first, of course, we have to find someone to raid. And before we go looking for someone to raid, we have to do shoutouts, thank yous. You know, can't forget to do that. But first, as always, it's time for a final incandescence.
burning.
All right, so that is going to be the stream for today. Thank you so much for being here. Again, whether you've been saying hi in chat, lurking and vibing, or if you've been with me on the VOD or on YouTube, thank you so much for making me a part of your day. I hope everyone is having a wonderful Friday and continues to have a fantastic end of the week. I'll be live next tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. We'll be doing more 2DX, but we'll be switching from requests and chill to failing forward, because, you know, harder 11s and easier 12s and 9-dan aren't going to pass themselves. So, I do hope to see you tomorrow morning, but before we fully wrap up and find someone to raid, I do want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody that did de-lurk and say hi during the stream. As always, I track all of this mid-stream, so if I do miss anyone or anything, please forgive me. But without further ado, let's get started. Right at the start of the stream, Mama Cat Lady, always great to have good vibes from you in chat. Also, DJ Fippy, appreciate you being here. I know at this point you're likely at rehearsal and or on your way to the sauna. Hope the rest of your Friday afternoon and evening is going well. Cracks, wonderful to see you. And also Yaladre, appreciate you stopping in. Ukumuka, wonderful to see you again. And Devil Dude, hype as always. The delightful Mistress Mix, appreciate you stopping in and looking forward to hanging out soon. Itinerant Soldier, Binky Felstead, Tawali, a lot of folks saying hi and then engaging in the work and lurk, which, yeah, sometimes the Friday streams is lots of work and lurk and getting ready for the weekend. It doesn't change the fact that you folks were here, though. Thank you so much. Also, Binky, so happy to hear about the new job. Congratulations. Hope that continues to go well. Lierd, wonderful to see you again, and thrilled to hear that the controller is still working as hoped. Hope Lively also continues to go well for you. Catastrophe, wonderful to see you. Glad to hear that you've been well. Appreciate you making me a part of your Friday. Jamich, just getting back from vacation. Hope that went well. Julius, good vibes for everybody as always. Also, super psyched to hear about the PS2 controller experiments with Gitadora Canost. Very excited about that. Hope that continues to be promising. Kawachi, thank you so much for the raid. Really do appreciate it. Congrats on the new HCs today. Yeah, a lot of our stream today had some new EXs that we weren't expecting, but yeah, progress is progress. Also, Restartsy, Sapphire, appreciate you coming through on that raid. Last but not least, Andy, wonderful to see you again. Hope the Dragon Con recovery continues to go well. So that should be everything and everyone. If I did miss anything, please forgive me. But for now, let's refresh Twitch and find someone to raid. So again, I'll be live next tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern. More 2DX, just focusing on harder stuff and falling downstairs for fun and profit. For now, I do see a couple usual suspects. I'm just trying to figure whom I haven't rated most recently. And I believe that's going to be Spooty. I'm just quickly checking the stream before we actually start the raid. Yeah, it looks like Spooty is doing some Voltex and then eventually some Necrodancer. So, again, folks, I do hope to see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. But regardless of when I see you next, please take care, be safe, continue having a wonderful end of the week. And for now, let's all go say hi to Spooty. Cheers, everybody!